Testing, testing. Test, test, microphone test. All right. Okay, so today I'm going to continue where I left off yesterday. Which was connecting the underground to the overworld. And before stream, I managed to connect the overworld patches and split them. The ones that were too large, split them into smaller parts. And I also put in place these gaps that are bounded by forests, which will then get filled in by the algorithm. It's funny because this one is wrong. That is zoomed in on. That's better. So the algorithm will basically choose one of the exits in each patch. One of the exits, and these ones bounded by forests will get filled in by forest. So it's a seamless barrier. Should the path not be chosen. Yeah, so all that's left for the for polishing the algorithm is connecting the underworld. And I have 1/4 is done, which means 3/4 remain, and this is quite time consuming, but it has to be done. So this is where I start. Let me just see where I left off. So this one's done. This one, yes. This one, not this one. So this is the first one, and the place where I'll continue. Yeah. So this stream will be, I think, entirely just me going through each dungeon, looking for places where I can put a hole in the overworld, like here, which needs some readjusting. And I need rock. So this is the entrance or exit, depending on which way you came from. This is actually, well, it's a bit hidden, but I think that's fine. And then placing these stairs up and these stairs down. Looking at another location at the other end, like this one, where I can place the other entrance. Actually, this is a bad one because it's not connected. Yeah, this is bad. So let's revert. Maybe here. Would want it here. Like this. Maybe like this. Something like that. And then I'll look at the path for the player. And I realized I don't have to do too much work in each dungeon. Because even if it's a circular path, that means there are two ways to get to the end. And the player might just want to choose. So it would be enough to just punch some holes in it. And that'll be fine. Because I don't have that much to play with yet in the game, this has to be revisited anyways. Once I have enough monsters and traps and such like. So yeah, better save the time now than waste it. Okay, another one here. This one looks nice. And I'll try to go as fast as I can, just because this is, well, as I said, it will get reworked again. So let's look at this one. This place would be nice. And there's a hill here for some reason. Guess the exit was meant to be on this mountain, which is, I can oblige actually. But this cuts off a large chunk of it. Yeah, I'll fill this up. Like this. And then the player has to go around. Alright. Then the next one is this one. And I've already done that one. Okay, this is where I was. So this little one gets hoisted to the upper layer, one layer up, where all the interiors are, because this is a dead end dungeon. There's no going through it. Well, but these are all bad, so I'll just place it here. And I'll have to connect this one. Well, this is the kind of alterations I want to avoid, because they take up too much time. But in this case, with this smaller dungeon, that's hardly avoidable. Okay, this is better. I need the pathing algorithm to be able to go through these patches. Or actually, Yeah, that's just stupid of me. I could have let that be as it was, because the underground is another exit. Okay. That's something I knew yesterday, but I've forgotten already, but that's fine. I know now. Okay. Please let me find something that works. Yeah, this one. Where am I? And if you're hearing music in the distance, then that's my lovely neighbors. And I hope it's not too distracting. I have a strong denoising filter on, so it should be fine. But in any case, they should stop sometime soon. Okay, this one is... Would be nice to have this exit right there, but this one is fine too. Maybe this one, that works. Not too much alterations. Just punching a few holes. This one, was it? Okay, so 2 exits, and they're connected in non-obvious ways, which is fine for now, at least. Okay. This one's a bit more tricky. I also have to watch for the exits of the other dungeons, because I don't want them to be too close together. Because that would be kind of lame. Having 3 dungeon entrances next to each other. Wow, this is pretty... Maybe down here. That's marginally better. Nope. Come on. I could put one here. Yeah, actually. This is a dead end, as I made it earlier today, which is of course not what I want. So why not use the dungeon to solve that problem? Okay, I'll have to bite a chunk out of that one. Bring this down. Okay, so the other end, maybe here. Also not that ideal. Well. Maybe here. Nope. Here maybe. Well, it's all not too promising, but let's take this one. There's another one right here. That's what I meant just a second ago. Tested this right here, didn't I? Maybe here. Okay, I'll just... Let's make this one. Bite this out here. I have to be careful not to connect them, because... Especially in the underground. Oh, that's just thought of something, but I don't have to care about that right now, because it'll come up again, which is that the pathing algorithm flood fills these... what am I doing? The pathing algorithm flood fills the tiles to find connected regions, which are then designated as patches. And it does not currently check for same elevation. So this whole thing, as long as it's not delineated by a void, will be one patch, which is fine. But there could be errors, like if I place just this one tile here, then these two regions will count as one patch, which is not what I want. Same for the overworld. But in the overworld, it's easier because every patch is surrounded by a void. So I could check for same elevation and root out these erroneous tiles at the edges, but I can't do that here because there are no gaps between the elevation changes in the dungeons. So I'll just have to be cognizant of that. But that's about as much as I'll worry about this now. Okay, this makes it harder to copy and paste. But it still works. This is also an exit in a dead region, which is not what I want. This one maybe. Yes, I mean, I have to do a bit of work, but like this, that's fine. Okay, now I have this one, yes. Take this one out. Okay, and I killed an interior of a house or something of this thing, but that is fine. As long as I replace the entrance. And then I can... Wow, I really don't like this half space heights here. You can see in the upper right corner the Z value, which in my schema of this world should always be an even number. And as you can see, I'm at 79 here, which is not what I want. And this one even 77, 75. Okay, this is completely wrong. But maybe that's just, it looks like my fault. And it looks like it comes just from me lifting the few tiles just now. Okay, let's look at the entrance. Let's put it right here, just porch, and paint it somehow a bit more obviously. Just save this. Then I can try this. I'm out here, go inside, and it's a completely broken house, or whatever this will turn out to be, maybe a large hut or something. So this works fine. Okay, next one. This one is good enough. It's not great, but works. Maybe here. It's actually pretty good. Just for aesthetics, there's my heuristics for these types of things are really not advanced in any way. Just because I have very little experience with how this game will turn out, how it will play. So I'm just winging it. Of course I have ideas, but yeah. It's all in flux. Okay, let's bring this up and here. Okay, that's fine. So this one I have. This one is another S. Stands for small. And that goes up. Oh, this is quite beautiful. But actually, yeah, I can. Oops. Can bring this down and attach it. Okay. Next one. Am I already over the line? Yes, I am. Okay. So back to the left border. Taking this one here, please. No. Then this is the next best spot. Again with the half heights, which is not ideal. And I should be, yeah, there's a large one underneath. So I can overlap this here. And up, down. I'm just trying to place the stairs in a way that is kind of consistent. So that the player can form a mental model. And me too. Which might make things boring, but then I can always mix things up later. Do I have this one? No. Yes, I have. Okay, let's just check real quick. Okay. So I should do this one first. Nope, won't do that one. Nope. Here maybe? Nope. This is... Oh, there's also another... That's the exit I just placed. So maybe go on the other diagonal. Yeah, let's just make this happen. Which means I'll have to break this out real quick. Which is pretty ugly. Yeah, well, as I said, this is pretty time consuming. So let's look at this, please. Well, it's a dead patch. As you can see, it's not connected with these pink strips. Well, then let's connect it. Like this, and of course, oh, I can't. This is too high. Okay, so no, this will not work. Maybe here. This will work. Yes, much better. Should have checked this before. Okay. And the path seems fine. Then for this one, same idea. Looking for a good place, would like this one. So let's just do it. That works. Okay, and well, let's do this one. Maybe here. That works. Okay. And now a very large one. Let's just do this small one first, which is hard to copy and paste. Okay, let's do it in 2 steps. Entrance maybe here. Nope, certainly not. Maybe here. Okay. Of course. Hello. Okay. This works. And then let's do the small ones first. Please. Not that. This one would be nice. Or this one. Let's take this one. Okay. Okay, now this large one. Maybe here. Maybe here. Nope. Maybe here. No. Here. I mean, the player will get lost in this size of dungeon anyway, so might as well place the entrance somewhere more interesting. Okay, and the exit maybe down here. This kind of reminds me of Diablo, the second part, Diablo 2, which could be very frustrating if you run around the dungeon and you've overlooked the exit like 5 times. So there has to be some kind of guidance. Or some kind of pattern that makes it easier to find the exit. Have I looked here? No. Maybe here. No. Not ideal. There are also 2 exits right here. This one looks nice. Yeah, let's just take that one. Okay. And on the other side, I'm not sure if always going straight diagonal or diagonal the opposite way. I think that gets boring really quick. Or will get boring. So I should actually make this a bit more variable. Of course, it's exactly here where it's hard to place something. So let's make some dungeons vertically or horizontally connected. Yeah, that's better. And here maybe. Nope. Here maybe. Okay. And that concludes the quadrant number 5. Only 11 to go. Is this right? Yeah. Okay. Oops. That killed a lot of underground. But that's fine. I just need, well, why not just script them all and place one good entrance. Maybe here. Well, that should be kind of central. Yeah, there. Okay. Then this one. Beautiful. Down here. Actually not bad. If it could be here. Okay, let's check the connections. which are bad. That's better. Yeah. And this one. Maybe here. Nope. Maybe here. Nope. Also all bad. All bad. Well, this is not that bad. And then maybe here. That's, well, it's good enough. Let's connect this and that's good. Oh. All right. Let's look at this one. Okay, this one has its textures all wrong. Not sure what happened there. But I can flood paint this. And this as well. Okay. Oops. Back to finding entrances. That's nice. But of course it's not connected to anything. Let's punch some holes. And down here, well, this could work maybe. This could work. This, of course, complicated. Maybe here. Let's use this one. Is this correct? No. This one, this is okay. Oh, come on. Okay. And there's, of course, an entrance that I overlooked, which leads to a building. Well, not anymore. Okay. So this is a dead-end dungeon again, and I need to place just one exit But of course it makes it hard. But okay, I solved it. Then let's take this one up. Nope. Nope. No. Well, maybe. Okay, so it's also a single entrance. Single entrance dungeon. Well, I guess here. Not the prettiest. But it works. Okay, that's done. Let's look over here. This one's done. Take this one up. Any place here? This one maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. That one's done. Now this one has an exit. A weird one. Maybe here. Going up, down. And this could go up here maybe. Almost. Okay, that's good. Moving this one up. Tricky again. This one's not even connected. So here. Okay. Okay, this is an extra large dungeon. Which means we have a bit more room to play with. Okay, this is all bad. Nope. Maybe here. Actually. And over here. Maybe. Nothing obvious. Oh, this is good. Okay. moving this one up. Rather have it here or here. Well, this works. Okay. Something like this. Yeah. Next one to move up. Give me something good, please. Here, maybe. Well, this would be better. Okay. That works for now, at least. I have to stop looking at the upper corners initially, or the dungeon routes will all be samey. Okay, here. And I was here before. Yeah, let's take that one. Okay. Did not do this one. Oh, this is pretty tight spaces here. Let's try one in the center. Here maybe. Here. Maybe even down here. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Did this one. Then let's move this one up. Okay, now I repositioned it, but that's fine. Fighting with my own control scheme here. But yeah. It kind of works most of the time. Okay, this is larger than I thought. Nope. Nope. I mean, this is above a city, so maybe the entrance should be somewhere like a manhole. Hey, Andre. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. How about you? Working away on the dungeon exits. Chopping away. Watching from the gym. Very active, very active. Good on you. Well, this is not quite sure. Somewhere like here. I think that's actually good enough. Yeah. Maybe make a room out of it. Oh, not like this. Or like this. Okay, first one, and then an exit away from the village. Maybe here. I'd rather have it down below, I guess. Well, this actually, it works. Let's just go with the flow. I haven't seen there's already combat. I mean, there's minimal combat, yes. But just swinging your sword and hitting somebody. Will it be turn-based? Yes, most likely. I mean, it is turn-based right now, and I don't think that I'll be changing it. I had second thoughts, but that would just be so much more work making it real time. Or maybe there's a middle way, I'm not sure. But yeah. I think real time could be better. But yeah, the workload is crazy. Because you'll have to do animations for everything, for example. And depending on how well, turn-based and tile-based goes hand in hand, so you could unlock the turn-based gameplay, but you'll still have to deal with the tiles, which is then not fun. So you have the tiles just as a normal floor and add real walking, 2D based walking. And yeah, that's a huge amount of work. But it would be a more fun game, arguably. Maybe. I mean, turn-based is also fun if the situations you encounter are interesting enough. So you actually have to think and you're not just sitting there waiting. If it weren't tiles, how is the world defined usually? You mean if it wasn't a game like mine, then you'd have, well, it's defined in many ways, but basically you'll have something adjacent to a nav mesh, which is just 2D planes in the 3D world where you can bound check the character that's walking around. So you know when they run into a wall, but it's actually all a non-aligned huge plane or many planes stitched together, which can have odd angles as well. And you'll do some maths and find out if a character can go this way, or if they're out of bounds. And then you push them back into the game field. So that's how many games do it. So that's a half 3D approach. The full 3D approach is that you have physics, which is what all the AAA games have, where you define the physics world in terms of colliders. So everything is a collider, and your player character also becomes a collider, which just means a basic shape, like a cylinder or a sphere or a box. And then you have this physics world of spheres and boxes that just gets iterated upon each frame and behaves in a realistic manner. So what you actually input with the keyboard is, what do you call them? They're forces on your character that move them through the 3D world, and in that, of course, also the character animation system plays into that as well. And this all gets really complicated. But then you're in the AAA world with this kind of, or I mean, you could just boot up Unreal Engine and you have that too. So it's not that far-fetched for a solo developer. I mean, wow, I can't seem to find a place for this thing here. Let's just put it here before I go insane. Okay. Give me here, please. Nope, here, please. That works. Oops, okay. Whoa, this zooms pretty fast. Okay, here, please. No. Here. Give me this. Okay. I think I can drop even further down the line. Okay, I have this house here. Let's do this. Even though it's not connected, which I'll have to do. That's fine, because I now know that dead ends are okay if there's stairs on them. Stairs in them. Okay. Give me something here. Well, should actually be here somewhere. That's much more fun. Okay, and oh, this looks nice. I'll take that. Okay, the small one. This looks bad. Nope, nope, nope. Gives me nothing. Let's put it here. And go out here. Oh, well, actually need that. Oops. Okay. Did that one. Taking the S. Here, maybe. Well, I really need to fix this. Placement on saving bug. It's getting rather obnoxious. This is fine. Oh, there's one here. And which one was good? Not this one. Just one off, of course. Okay. Let's just double check if I did all those. Yes, 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 yes. And then this last one. Maybe here. Nope. Oh, this is nice. I want this. And this maybe, yeah. All right. And yeah, this one too. Okay. Almost. Oh, I could place it here. That's fun. Okay. Nice. Second one down. Looks good. That makes, yeah, well, what I thought, and that is half an hour per quadrant, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, which means 5 more hours until that's completed. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that all today, but I'll certainly finish by tomorrow evening. And then actually the question is, what are the next steps? Actually, that's a good thing to think about while finishing this. Actually, something to think about. I'll be right back. So what I could continue with is more path algorithm or all the features. What I was thinking about is adding secondary paths to the single one that I have when I'm done with this. But I'm not quite sure if that's the right thing to do right now. Because to know if this pathing is working at all, I'll need to have gameplay. Oops. And I mean, the game could work with just one path. So second path is not essential. Okay, so where was I? I was here. So I would like to have a bit more visibility of the pathing algorithm, like painting the tiles that are on the path in a different color, or even just blocking out all tiles that are not on the path, which would be nice, but I think that's too complicated. But I mean, I can see where the path goes in the debug view, which should be enough. So then the question becomes, which features... Man, this is really badly placed, this dungeon. The question becomes, which features do I implement first? Because I have the 4 types. Well, let's see if I can name them all. They are binders that just bind the player to the world emotionally, which means they are stories, essentially. Then I have attractors, which provide interest in another region or something that's further away from the player, so they get drawn into the world. And then I have perils, which are basically challenges that the player has to overcome and that are known to the player. And the player can become better at mastering. And then there are amplifiers, which are features in the background that complicate the perils. So, what's a good example? Good example would be like zombies, which are the perils that can grab you and bite you and stuff. Not that they're in the game. That's just an example. And the amplifier, the complication would be that some of them carry poisonous flasks. So when you hit them, they drop the flask, and it covers the room in poisonous cloud. So those are the 4 categories. I think the most essential ones are the perils, because you can play the game with just the perils. And of course, implementing just those will not be representative of the game then, but it will be, I will get to a playable state of the game much faster, as if I worked on them all at the same time. So yeah. Actually, I can just take a look. But why can't I? Hello? Okay. So it killed my outsmart map again. Unbelievable. Okay, let's just check the features real quick. Less perils. So I have a thief, bounty hunter, mimicking monster, exploding pot plant, ravens, spewing spiders, pieces of writing that induce horrors, slowing quicksand, poison arrows, fragile vats of oil, cold weather, drowning, ants crawling out of holes, hallucination potion, heavily armored enemies, crumbling floor plates, rattlesnakes. I mean, I think this list is pretty solid. Oh, I killed the game. Okay, great. This could be fine. Well, I think I'll just, yeah, I'll implement a dozen or so of those. And then the next type I would implement is, well, I mean, the most important thing is that the game generates stories. So maybe second most important feature type would be amplifiers. Just to make things interesting and more unpredictable. But then again, well, I do need to have a good sense of the feel of the game, which means, of course, story and atmosphere. Wow, this is really bad. Why can't I find good exit? Let's take this one. So I do want to have an atmosphere in the game, a mood, and yeah, that's but I'm not sure. Well, the atmosphere of the game is not really contingent on the gameplay. Well, it kind of is, but that's, I think, pretty easily taken care of at the conceptual stage. The concept stage. So I think I just don't have enough information to make that call yet. But I likely am after I've implemented the parallel features. So maybe I'll just do that. Okay, this is a dead end. This should have something here. Okay. And the exit is maybe here. Oh, here maybe. Yeah. Oh, this is a wall. Okay. I have this one. The path algorithm will be used to limit the gameplay to only a part of the map. Yes, that's the plan right now. Is this a roguelike feature? It kind of is. It's inspired by the randomness. I mean, normal roguelikes, they generate the world anew every time you play. But my world is static. So in order to bring some of that randomness into the game, I just vary the path through the world. Yeah, so I just came up with this. I have no idea if that works, but I'm willing to try it out. Where am I? I keep getting lost. Oh, there's something here, but it's not connected to anything. Okay, I think that's old. Yeah. So yeah, so roguelike basically means there's a randomly generated world and there's permadeath. And everything else is argued about if it's actually needed. So that's the gist of it. Seems interesting, but you would have to take care about history connections, no? Like X that requires Y, but Y is out of the generated path. That's right. That's right. So there will be, so there's no real main story, or maybe at the end. So how NetHack does it is that you reach the end game. So the most of the game doesn't have a story, but then you reach the end game point where a story is introduced. And I plan to have some kind of end game someday, but in the meantime have encounters along the way. So people you can speak to, and they get placed by the algorithm at specific points. And when there's let's say a guy stands on the road and says be careful, there are wolves ahead, then the algorithm would place the wolves in a specific spot. But yes, that is something I have to figure out, which is a good point for checking out the other two features. So yeah, that was not on my mind right now when I was talking about which features would be most important to implement. When in fact that's pretty important, that I have these encounters. Just write that down. But the goal in this game is not really to tell stories about the world, but to have the player experience stories by themselves. So for example, they tell the story how they barely made it through the run, and then an angel appeared and gifted them something crazy, and then they barely made it, or something like that. But yeah, it's pretty early, so I've not figured out what works and what doesn't. Oh, this is all also really... Okay. Do you know the controversial game Postal? Yes, I've played Postal 2 as a kid, I guess. I think it was Postal 2, yeah. But just to dig around. So I'm not that invested. We played it because it was edgy, I guess. Okay, this one up too. Same, I like the game a bit more bizarre history than the edginess. I have some ideas for a 3D Postal clone, but I would probably fail trying to make my first game 3D. I mean, if you stick with Unreal or Unity, then you might be able to pull it off. But writing an engine is, well, I mean, depends on how fast you want to finish the game. But I think with one of the engines, like Unreal, that's doable. But yeah, won't be easy. But you can do it. Postal's Unreal 2, I think. Could be right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm thinking about a custom engine, but it would easily turn into a decade project. Guess I'm just putting the carriage over the horses. But to actually learn 2D first, I think. I think, I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely easier because you don't have the physics problem and you don't have the 3D math problem in a 2D environment. You have everything else, like capturing input, game states, etc. But the whole 3D thing is just a huge extra workload. So yeah, it's harder, definitely. Yeah, let's just place it here. And there are good tutorials on the internet on how to make a 3D engine. Not sure what it was called. Is it FPS from scratch or something? FPS from scratch. Well. So there's definitely Handmade Hero on YouTube that teaches you the bare bones of an engine. And then there's, I think it's called FPS from scratch or something like that. That also shows you how to make an engine. So there are resources out there. Handmade Hero is nice. Sadly, it's to Win32 focused, I think. Possible to do it in Linux, maybe. We'll check SPF from crash. Handmade Hero actually is actually only very little is Windows specific. It's the, okay, I mean very, very little in the context of Handmade Hero that has like, not quite sure, 300 hours or something on YouTube. But the actual Windows part is pretty slim. It's yeah, it's just the window context, opening a window in Windows, adding the OpenGL context, and then the audio buffer, I think it was. And yeah, that's right, the input, keyboard, controller, etc. But that's about it, I think. But yeah, I think so. It's very, very in depth and very, very detailed, and too much, I think so, where you get lost in the weeds. But it's definitely valuable information. Okay. Maybe here, or maybe here. Okay, this one's done. Why are the best overworld spots always so badly aligned with the underworld? Okay, never mind. That was actually not bad. Maybe here, here. Oh, come on. Okay. Maybe like this. And this one up as well. All right, travel safely. See you in a bit. More placements and more placements. Okay. I can just place this here, yes. That's fine. And this one needs to go up. But where am I? Okay, I'm in the right spot. Got worried for a second. Okay, this is false on the overworld, but this is a nice spot. And it actually works. It's actually not bad. Let's take it. And this one too. And let's move this one up. That actually works. Oops. I have this one. And let's just go back to the beginning. Before I get lost again. Okay, what happened here? Maybe here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Not 100%. Maybe in the center. Oh, this looks good. And then, well, where do I put the exit? Give me a good spot. These, tucking these into corners is not the way to go, I guess. Maybe actually here. Why not? Oh. Okay, I just killed a room, but, well, it's actually a stupid room. So let's remove it. And this too. Okay, give me an entrance. This is populated. Okay, there's something missing right here. Maybe an entrance here. Oh, that's too far. Okay, let's take this one. Actually meant this one. Okay. This one. I like this spot. or this spot. Both not that nice. This one's better. Okay, and we have this right here. I think that's actually the thing to do. Check down here and then get a general impression of the overworld. Pick a good spot in the overworld and then try if it, see if it fits down below. So I go here, go up, see this point, and that's good. And then I'll try this one. And maybe pick this, which would also work. That's much more efficient. Okay, let's take this one. Wow. Doesn't work every time, it seems. But yeah. Okay. Like this spot, but this one's better. And hopefully one here. Just maybe I'll just place it here. I mean, they do get covered up if the algorithm decides on another path. So I can plaster them where I want, basically. Okay. Yes, please. Take these down. Okay. Now there's this large one. Maybe here. Yeah, let's take that one. And well, that's not that. Oh, well, here, this one. All right. if I can keep the things I place. And I think that's it for this one. And I'm hopefully 4 quadrants in. I think so. Okay. Um, of course, there's no path leading down here, so let's just make one. This one also gets hoisted up. Here. But this is nicer. Okay. Then another large dungeon. Nope. Guess I'll place it here. Okay, and the other exit down here somewhere. Maybe in here. That works. Yep. How do I get down here? I can just do this. Yeah. That's just too good a spot. Okay, and there is an upstairs. There was an upstairs. Oh, here. That's nice. Okay. Let's call that done. this one. Okay. Move this one up. Well, that's all pretty bad. All pretty bad. Okay, this one's the best. And then, oh, almost forgot about this one. Also crashed into a house here. Maybe take this down one level. So that's nice. Okay. Let's move back to the left side. And here we could place it here. No. Or here. Nope. Let's do it there. Yeah, this one first has an entrance. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, let's place it right here. And the other exit. Here. Yeah. This one needs to go up. And not matching. Completely out of reach for any of these more suitable chunks. Okay, let's just use this one then. Fill that up a bit. Okay, this is a medium large dungeon. Why is this? Okay, this works. This almost works. I'm hesitant to dig on this edge because I don't like flimsy lines. Because on flimsy lines there's less action to be had. But okay, let's just do it. Don't have the time to do too much detailed work at this stage anyway. What am I doing here? This does not make sense. Jumping up to... Oh no, this does make sense. Okay, I'm getting... yeah, muddy brain thoughts. Okay. I do want this... do want this location, but maybe let's try down here. Yeah. Let's open that up. And the exit maybe here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Back to the other side. Another large one. They're all 4 tiles wide. But I would like 3. But I guess that's... just not in the cards right here. But that's fine. So then maybe down here. This location. Yeah, that's fine. Let's fill that up a bit. So it's more obvious. And that's okay. Have this one. So let's take that one up. And of course not. This one works. Where am I? Okay. Yes, almost got lost. Still lost, it seems. What am I doing? Okay, this looks good. Is it connected? Yes. Very good. So... dungeon in the courtyard. Pretty nice. Location, not that bad. Maybe should be more of a well type situation. Oh, this is good. Let's do that. That looks weird. This is 47, okay. I can... use the paint tool. It's actually a lifesaver here. Okay. So that's good. Not good, but good enough. Here maybe. Or here. No. I need that to be the same elevation, of course. Okay, so this works. Let's take this one. And we're on the road to having half the map done in not that much time, actually. Like 4 hours. Was it 4? Yeah, 4 hours. Which is better than I thought, I guess. I think. I haven't written the estimations down. Okay, let's take this one away from the others. This is actually a good spot. But I like that one more. Well, good enough. Okay. Okay. Here maybe, yes. This one. Why is it just 2? Give me 3, please. And then yeah. That's good. Next one. Okay. Another one to lift up. Okay, with even less contact. Maybe here. Okay, I think that's the best I can do. So let's lift that up. Okay. This X dungeon That was actually not bad. Okay, and then down here, I guess. Nope. Here? No. Here. 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 No. Here. Yes. Okay. Oh, is there a hole? Did I punch a hole in the ground? Great, okay. Then... okay, this one is... just bad. Okay. Maybe... Nope. Here. I mean... Maybe... Wow. Maybe just behind this little building. That's fine. Of course there's an access in the building, but yeah. Those are gone for the moment. And then there's only this one left. Any good spots? Guess only this one. Okay. Bit paranoid here. Good. That concludes the first half of the overworld, stitched together with the underworld. And as I say that, it becomes apparent that this one has no exit. Hello? What am I doing? Oh, okay, I just completely skipped over that. Here's good. All right. This looks quite fun actually. With these colors. Like some kind of molecules or something floating in empty space. Okay, let's return to the start. and check off this part. And yes, I'll continue in 5 minutes. Have to make some coffee. So let's continue with the quarter, what's it called? No, it's A3, yes. A3. Good thing is, I think I'm getting faster. Well, I think so at least. Oh. I'm not measuring time right now. Which I usually would be doing when I'm working on tasks that are repeating like this. And I wanted to do them as fast as I possibly can. Then I'll have a stopwatch running and aim for a specific time. Which of course can also be to the detriment of the content if you're rushing things. But this is all still early enough and technical enough so that it's fine, I guess. I did this for the for creating the features. Because that's one of those tasks where you can completely lose yourself in thought, thinking about all the implications and systems and how you would implement things and what that means for other gameplay features that are already in the game. And so yeah, you can spend a day on just thinking about access or magical wands or something like that, when all I really needed was just a large catalog that I can so that I can get a feeling for what the game will entail, for the what it will be like for the player, and what it will what the workload will be for me. So yeah, and of course that can easily turn into something that's not fun at all, but that's part of doing such a large project, that it's not always fun. I remember doing the dungeons as you see them right now in one go. All by hand, these dungeons right here. And that was really a grueling task by the end of it. But they are or have become a foundation of which I build now every day. So it was just important to have them in the game, even if they will change, maybe substantially. So doing work twice or thrice is also part of the game in creating a game. But this is actually fine, what I'm doing right now. I guess it's the right amount of challenge and I think also just handling the inputs. As fast as possible. Okay, this one is on the border. I always start in the top left. That's maybe understandable with reading and stuff, but makes it all samey. Maybe here. Yeah, maybe here. Here, maybe. Okay. And the exit. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, this one looks like another. Oh no, I placed that. Okay, never mind. But why didn't I move it up? Okay. Let's move that one up too. That's not what I had in mind. That's better. And maybe here. Yeah. And let's get that one out of the way as well. Wow. Again, one of those that perfectly fits under a patch. Okay, another large one. Not top left, thank you. Maybe here. I'm wondering if I should make these extremely large dungeons more prominent on the surface. The answer is probably yes. Just to prime the player that this is a longer stretch underground. that can be done later as well. I mean, altering the world in small spots is really quick. So I'm not worried about detail work, even though, of course, this will eat many more hours and days. Did I place an exit here? A second one? Don't think so. And actually what I could do is place multiple exits in the dungeons, because that would just get picked up by the algorithm. It's actually quite stupid that I'm not doing that. But then again, I will go over these dungeons. And first of all, for gameplay, placing all gameplay elements, or at least spawners for them. And then visual details, like environmental storytelling and all that good stuff. Okay. Which I'm looking forward to. But I also know that there will be an insane amount of work. So yeah, I might have to split that work up. Across multiple updates. Because it feels like it feels like that will take a couple of years. Before the whole map is done to a degree that I like. But maybe not. We'll see. Okay, one exit. And another one, please. Maybe here. Well, don't like that. Don't like that spot. Maybe here. Okay, let's go back to the left. Let's check here first. Maybe this one, that one. This one's fine. Here, yeah. Okay. I I think there are less dungeons the further I get down. Well, kind of. So the last 4, I'm changing the name of them, but I mean the quadrants. The last 4 should go pretty quickly. Okay, have this one. Have not done this one. Again on the top left. Here. Oh, there's another entrance right here. I just left this one out. Or am I still? Yeah. Can I go down here? No. Can go down here. Okay, maybe here. Nope. I mean, I could make this act as a kind of well. Actually, why not? Why not? Okay. Let's grab this one. Oh, thank God. Okay. And then I did do this one. Okay, let's just work backwards. Oh, that's nice. Perfectly placed. Maybe here. Okay. Don't like that too much. And there's another one here. I mean, this is the entrance I just placed. Yeah. So let's put this here. It's really close to the exit, but no, it's not. Okay. Where am I? Okay. This one. Maybe it plays along. Oh, well, actually, not bad. Another large dungeon with some exits already placed. This is, I guess, another well situation. Yeah. And let's go over here. Yeah. Okay. Where do I place this? This one has almost too many options. And why is this in 2 levels? I guess that's fine. Okay. I was going right to left. I remember that much. But this is nice. Of course, it's out of bounds. Yep. And then, wow. This one, yeah. Wrong order. And here maybe. Okay, that's ocean. But I could place it here. Here. Or here. Okay. And I guess that's all for this quadrant. Just double checking if I have everything. Yes. Okay. Let's check this off. And continue. I would like it here. Yep. Okay. Let's look at this one. Okay, good enough. I think here is fine. Um, that works. Connected to another small one. I'll need the gap right here. Oh, and these that they're connected is actually pretty bad, but actually not, because they get rejected because they're on layer 1. I mean, I hope it's obvious to me when that causes problems. Please let me place this. I mean, yeah. Okay, then another giant dungeon. Okay, there's an exit right there. Nope. Maybe over here. Could use this one. Yep, and place it right here. Is that okay for such a large dungeon? Maybe here? I think that's better. Yeah. But these dungeons should actually have multiple exits. I mean, multiple exits, of which one will be chosen and the others hidden. Okay, I have to be careful not to walk into the other quadrants. And I'll also have to look up the definition of quadrant. Because by this time I've used it so much, I'm afraid it means something completely different. Okay. Do I work backwards? I think so. Any good spots? Nope. This one, maybe. I'll just take it. Doesn't look that bad, actually. Okay, and the other one. Maybe here. Something like that. Okay, backwards I said. Okay, this is another interior one. It's actually nice. Oh, this is on a rock. And it's also right next to the other. So, never mind. Maybe here. Yes, this works. And the other one. Maybe tucked in here. For example. And yeah. Okay. Maybe here. Could also place it down here, but I don't think there's a path down here. No. Or in here. Nope. Then I guess here. But that's seems kind of predictable by now. Alright, I don't know if that's good or bad. We'll see. I mean, this is 4 hours of work. So it'll be 4 hours to undo it. Approximately. Hopefully. Why is this still here? Please. Oh, okay, this is also a dead end. Oh, it should. That's way too far away. Unbelievable. It's not behaving. Oh, where am I? Yeah, okay. Did this one. Did this one. Did this one. So this one's next. Give me a good spot. At one point, at some point, it feels like the tiles are fighting you. Okay. Oops. This is actually not bad. Maybe hmm. That's too many options now. But I'll take this one. And oh, this is nice. That's almost a present. Okay. This one. Here maybe. That's ocean. No, it's a lake. It's a lake. Okay. Large dungeon with squiggly lines that are not all connected. So let's make that easier. Easier to see that there are actually connections. Oh, this is nice. And there are entrances already connected, but not anymore. Okay, one. And the other maybe here. Definitely not. Here. And here would be enough. Here. that's fine. And I have done this one, yes. So here maybe, no. Oh, did I do this one? No, it's just another exit. This looks quite nice actually. Okay. Where do I put? Okay, I haven't placed anything yet. Oh, this is nice. One. And maybe two here. Would be nice here, but that's off limits. It's the furthest here. Yeah, I'll just place it here. And chop this off. Even though, yeah, that looks better. Okay. Have this one, so let's work backwards again. Oh, this misses its jump. And that's fine, I guess. Yeah, let's do, well, yeah, let's do this one. Okay, also here. Let's put it right here maybe. Yes, okay. And the next one. Okay, this is completely... This island also doesn't make much sense anymore with a linear path. Because if I put a dungeon exit here, well, the only option is to backtrack through the dungeon. So I won't place the exit there, but maybe here. Yeah, here. Okay. Another dungeon. Is this the same one? No. here. I could place it here. And then somewhere here. Yeah. Okay, then this small one. Well, I would like it here actually. Something like this. Yep. This one is done. This one is done. Then this one. Again, interior. Can't believe how many of those I've placed. Yeah, yeah. It's actually pretty cool having these woods here. The exit placed here. Because that means this all is also will also be forest. And stairs in the forest are pretty cool. But that's only one of them. And of course the second one will be the more complicated one, I guess. Oh, well, I can make it simpler. Okay. That means we're almost done with B3. I think this works. Okay. Let's take this one. And this looks okay. This one. Didn't I just had to run some errands. That's fine. I've just been toiling away at the dungeons. Do you guys have panettone in Germany? And I've never heard of it, but maybe under a different name. But you would have to tell me what it is. Because I have no idea. Okay, where was I? I was at this one. It's a kind of sweet bread sold this time of year. It has dried fruits inside. Well, we do have fruit bread, which is the German simplicity. So we just name it fruit bread. But I'm not sure if it's the same thing. It sounds more distinct. The panettone. Is it a specialty of a region or a country? Okay, I won't place the entrance right there. That makes no sense. It's from Milan, Italy. Oh, okay. Then I'm pretty sure we have an equivalent, at least. Just because Italy is so close. So these things become shared, but maybe named differently. What am I doing? I think I'll have to take a break in a minute again. Yeah, this is so narrow. That's throwing me off. Panettone. Let me search it on Google. Yeah. So I definitely know this. Yeast cake from Milan. So let's look what it's called in German. Panettone. Okay, it's called the same thing. Ragenat, citronat. Yeah. So I've definitely eaten it. Yes, but I didn't know what it's called. It's also a trademark. Oh, okay. Yeah, here, there it says. It's a trademark of the Trade Chamber Milan. It looks really yummy. Have you had some recently? Yes. Yep. Here where I live, they have a chocolate version. It's so good. Oh, that sounds even better. That sounds pretty good, actually. What we have here in Germany is kind of similar. And the Christmas time is, we call it Christstollen. I'm not sure what the English name for it would be. Yeah, but it's like this. And it's a mountain of powdered sugar with sweet bread, and yeah, with raisins and yeah, it's pretty similar. And it also has, what's it called? Can't think of the English word. It's marzipan. Marzipan? Is that called the same in English? I think so. Yeah, so there's a whole lot of this in it too. So yeah, that's a German staple, which is pretty similar. I guess, from just looking at it. I've never had this one. Is it a nut? I think it's almonds. I can write it correctly. So Konfektionszucker, almond meal, yeah. Almond meal, ground almonds. Some people hate it. Many people like it, and I think it's pretty tasty. But it's almost pure sugar. Like most Christmas things are, at least here in Germany. Okay, and I see there are two kinds, Toledo and Spain and German, at least in this overview. Yeah. Okay, I think this works. A question in another subject. Does CWM has workspaces, or is it a single one? My instinct would be to say no, but I'm not sure. I mean, you can look in the man pages and search for work spaces. I'll go through the key bindings, but I don't think so. How do you switch between the terminal and the game? Binds? It's just Alt Tab. That's standard in the CWM. Yeah, here. M is the meta key, which is Alt, at least on my computer, and has been from the start. So that's the default, I guess. Yeah. Oh, but you can group windows. Yeah, this is your toggle visibility of group. So this is maybe some kind of pseudo workspaces. I'm not sure. But yeah, you can group windows together and hide them or show them. Yeah. Maybe a budget version of workspaces. Okay, so this is the last one. And this chunk please let me place it. Oh, this is good. And maybe here. Oh, this is good. Okay. And that concludes, I think, the third or second chunk. Okay. Well, the dungeon floor has different heights. That's a good question. So actually it's let me just color this in. It's walls and floors. So all the gaps on the overworld, they would just take up too much space down here. So actually the gray areas are walls. Yeah, so it's pretty hard to see here. But that's, I think, just the color scape. Let me color this earthen. Yeah, that's better. Something more like this, where you would be walking around. Yeah. And adding gaps between the floor and the walls would just be a huge waste of space. And also not make it as claustrophobic. Yeah, the whole terrain colors of the underground, they're still old, and I'll have to update these. But as you see, it's pretty fast with the flood filling paint. Yeah. Yeah, combat is, well, I mean, I have defense stats and attack power and stuff like that, but what's missing is a spell system. So spells are not in the game, and I'm not sure if I will add spells. Maybe more like weapon effects. I'll have to see, but yeah. And all the combat animations and stuff they will all get replaced with more flashy things, and maybe even numbers, damage numbers and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, this was chunk number 10. So there are 6 left. It took me 4 hours to make, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would make sense. So yeah, I won't be able to finish this today on stream, but I'll finish it tomorrow early, and I'll be live for another hour or so, but yeah, I'll just continue this and then think about what features to implement next, which ones would be the best, and I have to think about what kind of technical debt I still have lying around that would need to be paid, basically, not to make the implementation of the features a nightmare. So check for technical debts and weigh their future impact. Short term is enough, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and also it'll be interesting to see how much time it takes to implement one feature. I mean, they will vary wildly, but let's say it takes 4 hours or maybe 6 hours to implement one feature. Then I could, well, lower would be better. More like 3 hours, but that means spaghetti code. But if I want 200 features, I can implement 2 features a day. That's a little over 3 months of work. Well, it's actually not that bad. And then another 3 months for the terrain and encounters. That would put me in June, which is in my target area. Well, I can't predict what exactly will work and not, so just have to take it one step at a time. I'll take a quick break. Be right back. Actually, I'm curious if I can not just remove all the non-paths from the debug view pretty easily. Let's check that real quick. I know where I was, yes. That would make a nice map. Yes, for above all, it would make it easy to see the path that's generated, which is pretty hard right now. So I remove the exits, and I can hijack this function. Does it actually do that? I think that was kind of broken. No, it actually does remove them. So the red plus and minus is where the path is actually going. And these stairs are there, but here are no stairs where I've placed them before. So that, yeah, that actually works. Okay. So let's, I think, remove, this was the old version. Don't need that anymore. This is print info. Don't need that anymore. What was it called? Channel info, patch info. Okay, that's gone. I think, okay, let's just make a new function, or else I'll get confused. Removes unused tiles. Moves tiles not in path. Remove trim path. And what I need is the same. This, I need this. X, Y, L. And then I need struct tile. And I need the flood map thing. I need this one. I need the patch, and I need, well, that's actually what I need. Struct patch. Patch is, that's X and Y. If returns 1 if it's blacklisted. Returns 1 if patch is in path. That's what I need. Is visible. Is 0. Then I could just be 0 it. Because what I've implemented off stream is a copy of all the world tile data for the run. So I can just remove tiles and it won't mess up my editor. At least that's the theory, and it has worked up until now. Okay, this may work. Nope. What am I missing? Oops. Assignment. Patch and path. Okay, I'm stupid. Short variable names may actually be a problem. T may be used uninitialized. That makes sense. Come on. Okay, that's not exactly what I had in mind. But I mean, it kind of works. What is this up here? Okay, that's the return path. Are you using any sort of VCS? Yes, I use one of the oldest version controls that there are, and that's RCS. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's stupidly simple, and that's what makes it kind of good. Yeah. Have you seen OpenBSD? God, yes, I've never used it, but I know that it's that it works with Git repositories. Okay, this path is kind of winding in circles. Okay, it goes underground here. So this is a very bad path. It's more like a spiral. But it is a path. So that's not bad. Okay, but this is semi-unusable, so let's leave it out. So my version control system, as you can see, all the files with .v are the version controlled variants. Oops. So if I make RCS clean and make clean, then all I have left is these .v files. And you check out a file with CO and you check in a file with CI. So I can check out the fragment shader, and it gives me a file without the .v, which I can edit, and which I cannot edit, which I can use and look at, but I can't edit it. But I can check out with locking the frag.s, and then I get a version that I can edit. So to build the game, I would do checkout star, v. Don't want to remove that. And I get all the source files. And then I can build the game without having them be editable. If I open a file that's not checked out with locking, you see at the bottom of the screen, it's read-only. And when I try to write, it says read-only. But with the checkout locked, I can edit them. And what's cool about this version control is that you can look at the history of the file in the .v file. So you have all your commit history of the file. Okay, which is pretty long, I guess. And then you have to have the diffs behind that somewhere. Of course, I checked out one of the largest files, but here are the diffs. So that's pretty convenient when you want to search, for example, for a function that you deleted a week ago. You can just go into this file, search the function name, and more likely than not, you can just copy paste it back out. So yeah, that's what I use. And I use the I use just rsync to make a backup of this directory onto my network storage. And that's about it. Yeah. You have a NAS at home? Nice. Yeah, it's a pretty old one. I've had it for 10 years, I guess, but it's still going. And it's a small one, like this size, with 2 hard disks in it. RCS was first released in 1982. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's super old, and I've shot myself in the foot with this version control too, because you can, I don't know how it happens, but sometimes you get dangling files that don't show up in the so I have this bmake status, which shows me all files that are checked out. Sometimes those files don't show up here, and then you have days of changes of one file which you have not committed and you don't know exists. That happened a few times, and that's really bad. So you can shoot yourself in the foot with this one too, just as you can with Git. So that's why I always make RCS clean and then ls start.c and start.h and look if there's anything hanging around that shouldn't be. So yeah. And I think there is a conversion program from RCS to Git. So maybe I'll do that one day. Okay, wrong folder. pmake, yeah, pmake. And RCS comes with OpenBSD, that's why I used it. I'm thinking of trying to use GOT at my job. It seems to be working well with Git repos. Yeah, I mean, I have no experience with it. I host the web view of my Git repos using webgotd, and it's working well. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty fun. The web view. It's a simple CGI script. Let me guess, it works pretty well with HTTPD. For the OpenBSD guys. Yeah, I'm just not I'm not sold on the Git but better idea of it. Or I just don't understand it enough to really care. Yeah. Okay, so where was I? Baked in almost and well documented. I tried cgit, but it requires a lot of other things. I've never heard of cgit. Is that also a Git replacement? Or okay, I was here. Ah, it's another CGI script to generate HTML from Git repos. Oh, okay. Git uses it. I think you said Git. I have automod on this channel, and I think it removes some words, but I'm not sure. The kernel repo uses it. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. I've seen that one then. The web view, I mean. Okay, that's missing. I like your approach of simple and robust tools. 95% of streams here are shiny VS codes. I mean, I understand following others that say that this is the new best thing to use, and you should try it. And I mean, there's no harm in trying new stuff. I'm just tired of it. That's simply it. I just have I've no time at all to fiddle with new shiny tools, and that's why I settled on on the stuff I settled on. And that's really, this whole philosophy really comes from OpenBSD. and that, well, you could say I was influenced by OpenBSD, just like others are influenced by streamers on YouTube streaming about their new VS Code plugins. It's really not that different. Other than I really have, get things done. Okay, there's a room to be sacrificed, but that's fine. Goodbye, room. And this should, well, this is not that great. I mean, it's fine. Give me some rocks. But also my, how I write code, especially in C, I've heavily bought from OpenBSD. Because I had the epiphany when looking at their code that it's just getting the thing done. The code is not clever, it's not smart, doesn't use any systems, no larger ideas. It just gets the job done, and that's it. Even the short variable names, no, I took those from NetHack actually. I liked just how they condense everything and you don't have to scroll all the time. Okay, I set down one exit. And if you look at the NetHack code, I mean, not all of it because it has been updated. If you look at the old NetHack code, it arguably looks even more extreme than my code. And at first it's like, oh my god, what is happening? But if you have a bit of context, then it's actually not hard to read them in full or extrapolate their meaning in, automatically, basically. This one should go up. But yeah, the variable names in OpenBSD are also on the shorter side. They're not long. So if you look at the, I mean, you could look at the HTTPD code, which is actually, I borrowed some of that for, don't remember what. But I took the, I don't even remember. I took the request and response part over that from curl. I took it from somewhere in OpenBSD. That was, really, really nice code. In the company I work, people have this camel case very long explicit names thing. Yeah, that's also what Apple does. If you look at the Apple documentations for their APIs, it's the same thing. It's Yeah, I mean, if I have an ultra wide screen monitor, then that's okay, but for everybody else, it's pretty annoying. And that's also something that these super short variable names give you, is that you seldomly have to break lines and format for readability. Because it's because it's not readable in the first place, maybe. Okay, place this right there. Second exit. But yeah, Apple does that too. And has been since the Objective-C days. So the new Swift APIs are just as verbose. Oh, please let me place an exit. Yeah, let's do it here. But I mean, if you have long and descriptive names, then of course it's much easier to onboard new people. Maybe. I think so. I think that's the argument I would make. Not actually sure if it's true. True. So Andre, would you actually rather prefer that I play music in the background? Because that's what I've been thinking about. You wouldn't mind? Probably would help bring in more people. That's what I was thinking. I mean, not really that, but I mean, it seems a bit dead, the audio. Not sure how it works. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Are you using Pulse? Pulse audio, yes. I mean, I can play music. That's not a problem. I'm just the logistics of it and the rights management and stuff. I mean, I see other streamers, large streamers, play basically radio songs all the time, and they don't get in trouble, so I'm a bit confused of how it works. I mean, their VOD gets muted. And I would be sad if my VODs get muted, but I could just play some AI music from YouTube that will never get copyrighted. Maybe. Like some of the drone songs or something like that. Pipewire is the shiny new thing. Yes, I know. I've seen it. And I was pretty excited because they said they are replacing everything with one new thing. And then I read the next sentence that it uses JSON as its config file format, and then I became sad. And actually, it didn't work when I tried it. I would prefer no music in that case. I think there's some subtle classical music that's free of rights. Some subtle classical music. I can look into that. I mean, I could just well, I'm not sure how YouTube handles it, but I could just try playing music and see if it blows up, and then change the music a bit next time. But I'll play music next time. That is, what's tomorrow? I think tomorrow here. I don't watch many streamers, but I watch Seth Shaw, and he plays some subtle jazz and classical. But I don't think he's multi-streaming to YouTube. I'm also not multi-streaming, but I upload the VODs to YouTube, which is pretty easy. Twitch gives you a button that you press, and then, well, you have to link your YouTube account, but then you press the button and the video appears on your YouTube, which is pretty neat. Okay, this is ocean. Maybe here. No. Give me a place, please. Okay, let's just extend this. I like the idea of storing the VODs. Yeah. I mean, it's a kind of archive of the progress of the game, which is nice. It's also something for me to look at how I'm doing in these streams, which I've not done really, but just to look at my mannerisms and see if anything's really odd that I should change and stuff like that. And yeah, but I think the archiving of the progress of the game is really nice. Whoops. Okay. Okay, there's a village. Then rather here. Here. Nope. Why is this so difficult? Oh, here. Oh, that's unreachable. Okay, let's do it here. I think it's fine. Most of the times you talk about what you're doing and still answer questions, and that's more than enough for me. Thanks. That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be an entertainer. I'm just trying to show my work, especially if it's stuff like this where I don't have to think too hard about what I'm doing. So that's easily just also done on the internet. But yeah, I'm no entertainer, and I'm not trying to be. For me, it's just about the game. And I've thought about I think I'm still right here. I thought about doing some short form content, but it's just too early in the game. I think I need gameplay for that. Well, actually, some marketing guy would say, no, I don't need to have a game for that, but it just feels tacky to not have something to show and then parade it around the internet. Agree. Later on would be a nice add-on. Yeah. But that would also require me doing, I mean, shorts are, well, they are as complicated as you'd like them to be, but you definitely have to put in time and effort and have good ideas. Else it just, I mean, what you don't want is to make content just for it to get drowned out. So it has to have some kind of allure to it. Which is not to say that, well, which is the opposite of what Twitch is, for me at least. Twitch feels more like a place to hang out. I think that works. Okay. So then back to the start. I have this one. Nope. Again with the indoor stairs. I'm really surprised of how many there are. True, I'm disliking YouTube recently due to the amount of recommendations. But mostly it's my fault. I end up watching a lot of irrelevant content. Yeah. YouTube is, I mean, the whole functionality of the website has somehow gotten worse. And the recommendation algorithm is completely insane. At least for me. And I'm always watching without the watch history because I specifically don't want YouTube to recommend me things. But then the default recommendations are also pretty wild. But gladly that doesn't what do you call it? It's not a huge detriment to the content of the people that you actually like to watch. So they're not making you jump through hoops to get to the content you want. I want a stair right here, but that's... Well, I can't just make this. Okay. Okay, I have this one. There's already an exit here. Okay. And a large dungeon. Okay, I already did. Didn't do this one. And okay. Hmm. Maybe up here. That's pretty hidden. Okay, I could do it like this. And there's no space. That doesn't lead to a solution. This one, no. This one. Yeah. Let's place it here. And maybe here. I mean, I could. Yeah, it's actually okay. Let's do this one. Here. And this one, moves to the first layer. Right here. That's a tiny little dungeon. On top of a boulder. I guess here. And I mean, I should actually place them somewhat randomly. Let's put one right here. Okay, this is a weird one. Oh, and it kills a bunch of rooms. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those houses are no longer occupied. Excuse me. But they can be entered through this. Okay. So now there's a nice little dungeon underneath those houses. And then we are here. This is a good place. Oh, that's water. I mean, you could place it here. Or here. But I'd rather have it here, I guess. Some more water to remove. Okay. And then there are these two, which can be yeah, it actually works. And this one. Moving these small dungeons up one layer actually makes it less likely that they collide, which is good. which should make them show up as 1 with their neighbor in the pathing algorithm. And that would be bad. Wow, but this one is again nearly unplaceable. That enough? Not really. Okay. That's better. And that, I think, means that this quadrant is done. Yep. Let's check that one off. Okay, I think I'll have a little break and then finish the last one in this row, which would leave only 4 left. Which would leave 4 left. Yeah, very good English. For tomorrow, which I can finish before stream. And then I can look at the features. So, how late is it in Germany? It's 12:30. So pretty late, but I'm always up late anyways, so it's not a problem for me. Do you wake up early? Well, I wake up at... No, I don't wake up early, no. I wake up at around 10 a.m. 9 a.m. on a good day. But yeah, about 10 a.m. But then I'm awake until 3 or 4 in the morning. Because I live on a very busy street. So it's always noisy in the day. So in the night it's just peace and quiet, which I like. Yeah, so can relate. I have a question. Do you usually hunt for contract jobs? No, I have my customers and they come to me if they need something. And I've just collected them over the years and yeah. And that's been working fine. So I'll be right back. Just a short break. Well, that's good. I recently got a proposal for a simple PHP job. I think I will take it. Yeah, sure. Sounds awesome. I actually like PHP. Would have to work after my main job, but could use the extra money. Well, I mean, if you have the time, you could build something out of it. But you should maybe check that with your employer, if you haven't already. Ask them if it's okay. I don't know how the laws are in your country, but here in Germany you could get fired for example working competitively in the same field as the company that employs you without telling them. But yeah, normally they say that as long as it doesn't affect your normal job, then it's usually fine. Yeah, you should bring that up at least. Just ask them if it would be fine if you had some small jobs on the side. Don't have to tell them that you already have the job. But yeah. just to be safe. Okay, where am I? Am I doing this right? Yes, I think so. I'm on autopilot, and that's sometimes a bit problematic. Could place it here or here. Let's do this. Well, this is again one of those small ones that doesn't want to behave. Wow, okay. Anywhere, please. This has to do. And let's put it in the right layer. Okay. Okay, I skipped the first one. Do they get harder or am I just more sleepy? Wow. That's... How is this possible? Fits nowhere. Okay, here. And here. Wow. There. That works. Okay, this one goes up. Not like this, but like this. Yeah, why not? Oh, there's just one. Is this even accessible? Of course it's not. Now it is. Okay. Now this very large one. Ugh. Okay. Please, somewhere. Okay. Hmm. Well, I think that's all I can do here. Just place it in the middle. Houses. Behind the houses. Oh, there's Another one of those. Let's tuck it away behind the houses. That's okay. A space here. Okay, that works. And somewhere down here, maybe. Perchance. Let's place it down here. Okay. Oh, nice. That one was easy. This one, oh, also not hard for a change. Okay. This one. Okay, and this one. Mm-hmm. Oh, this works. Why not, actually? Why not? And then, okay, this is not connected. How is this again? Maybe better here. Yeah. Another one to move up. And again, completely occupied by this rock. But I can, well, I can just use this right here. And connect it up. Okay. Another large one. Maybe here. And up here. This one moves up. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Was relatively simple. This is too. Okay, nice. Also good. This one. There's a pocket here. Something like this. Okay, this gets more complicated, but I guess here would be nice. Yeah. Okay. On top of a hill. Then I guess it has to be this one. Okay. Another large one. Okay, that's in a building. Any suitable places? That's the other one. Okay, this is missing the jumps. Maybe in the middle. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, it screwed up. Okay, that's good. And the exit, maybe somewhere. Here. Yeah. Okay. this one, I have this one, I have this one. And I have this one. Yeah, I can put it right here. That's actually fine. And the other one, maybe right here. Actually, this is much more fun. Okay. I think that's all of them. Yeah, so that leaves only 4 quadrants. So 1/4 is left. Which should be doable in 2 hours, which I will do tomorrow. And then depending on the time, I will pick some features or find some technical debt that I have to fix before I start with the features. And then we'll start programming tomorrow. Same time, I think it's 8 p.m. for me, which is, I think, CEST or CET right now, with the daylight savings time, which is not in effect right now, I guess. It's, who knows? Something like that. CEST or CET, 8 p.m. All right, Andre, thank you for sticking around, for showing up for the stream and asking interesting questions. Has been nice, yeah. I wish you a good night, and I will see you tomorrow if you have time. Yes. Good night, Andre. See you tomorrow. Bye.